working groups meeting with the cooperation with the OECD and JP Morgan Foundation. Thank you for joining on the very last day of June, just before the summer holidays. I know in some countries they have already started. Just for you to know, the meeting will be recorded. So even if you miss part of the morning session, of the afternoon session, then you will receive the link to watch it later. Maybe a quick introduction. I'm Rossella Nicoletti, and I'm the Social Affairs Coordinator at Social Affairs Forum Coordinator at Eurocities. I'm currently replacing Bianca, for those who know her. She's on maternity leave until the end of the year. And I'm here today also with my colleague Alexandra. Many of you know her. And also with Claudia and Nikita, who will support us today during this very, very interesting morning and afternoon session. Without further ado, I'll leave the floor to Raquel, our Employment Working Group Chair of our Social Affairs Forum, to provide just a quick welcome and opening
Thanks,
words.
Rossella.
Thank you, Raquel.
Let me start. Thank you all the cities that have found the time to join us. We know, as Rossella said, that it's quite a complicated moment of the year for some of our countries. So thanks for joining us today. I think it's a very special meeting since we are doing it together with the other group, the one that works with companies and entrepreneurs. I think that gives us the importance. Excuse me, the phone always rings when it's not supposed to. I was saying that we are gonna be the whole morning working about skills and from two different points of view, but I think that shows us how important this subject is for all the cities at this moment. I would say that this pandemic we just are going through has become a fast track for the technology changes in the labor market and in the companies. And that's giving us with some economic sectors we were already fragile that are having some problems in coming out of the situation. And also we are raising some opportunities in other sectors that are becoming stronger, especially after this technology position they had, or because they are strategic economic sectors, as it could be the green sector, the blue sector, or the food sector somehow, or the logistics that have been very important during the past months. So these different situations of company and sector has even make wider the skill mismatch in some of our cities. And I guess since that it's especially important to have moments as the one we will have today to see what we are doing and how can we help in our reality to change this skills mismatch and how to improve the employability of our citizens. That it's the goal, at least for our group, and somehow it will be the same for the one. So I will stop here because we have a lot of things to work together. Let me thank again everybody for being here, and especially the OCDE. They are also joining us because they have been working already with some of the cities in a report they will present us. That would be for the ones who attended their meetings the 3rd of June. This would be the second round to get a deeper explanation of the things they are doing and how they can help us to go through this goal of making shorter this skills mismatch. Thanks again.
Thank you, Raquel. Very nice and to the point presentation. And now I also have the pleasure to introduce the chair of the Working Group Employment, Entrepreneurship and SMEs of our Economic Development Forum, Cristina from Barcelona, Cristina Gil Adelantado. Can you hear me, Cristina?
Yeah,
You
can you hear me?
fantastic. Yes, very well.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Good
Sorry,
morning.
sorry, good morning. I couldn't get in. I was desperate because I use Teams every day and I don't know why. I was writing to Cinta, to my colleague, and it was she who invited me to get in because I couldn't make the connection. So I was like, well, quite desperate. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But I couldn't hear what Raquel said. But well, let me say just hello, good morning. Thank you for being here and welcome everybody to this joint meeting. That I think we are going to tackle one of the or we would like to tackle one of the main challenges that we have as a society today, which is the transformation of the labor market and the challenges arising also from the changing skills requirements and the skills mismatch. And I think that it's important this challenge of skills mismatch because it has really important consequences at different levels. And I think that this different approach that we have together from the employment point of view and business and entrepreneurship point of view, it's can be really well enrich our conversation and on our discussion, because the consequences of this skills mismatch is at different levels, at individual level, of course, okay, but also it's a very important challenge for companies. I mean, companies skills mismatch has a negative consequence for its competitiveness and for its productivity, which is also a really key factor for us to take into account. And besides, we should also talk about the consequences that this skills mismatch has in our competitiveness as territory, because this affects also to the our capacity to attract talent, our capacity to be competitive as a city, as a region, or as a country. So I think that the focus on this challenge is, it's really interesting, and we are, we should try to address one of the most important challenges that we have as cities and as local governments too. So, I don't know. I'm sorry because I missed these first minutes, and I don't know if anybody else explain a little bit the structure of the agenda that or introduce the OECD, or I don't know, Alexandra, if you did it. Sorry because I missed these first minutes.
No
No, I think it's
problem.
pretty fine.
Okay, so I guess that we have the OECD already to start with the presentation of the SRV. And just 1 minute to remind that at the end of the joint meeting, we would like also to invite the members of the working group of entrepreneurship and SMEs to have an open conversation, to have a discussion about next activities in the framework of the working group. Above all, the proposal of a possible study visit to Barcelona, organized jointly with the Branding and International Relations Working Group. And we would like to share with you a draft proposal, of course, open to discussion, open to your feedback. And you are, well, we hope to have you at the end of the meeting for this business meeting and this discussion.
Thank you, Christina. Yeah, indeed, as you all know, there will be following this morning session, joint morning session, the two working group will have two separate business meetings. For the working group, as Christina said, for the working group entrepreneurship and SMEs, I guess you have a meeting just right after the morning session. While for the working group employment within our staff, we will start at 2 p.m. Central Europe time. And actually, just to have a final confirmed number, we would like you, members of the working group employment, to actually, if possible, fill in a very short question through Slido. My colleague Claudia will share the link in the chat box now, so you can let us know how many and who will join the afternoon session. Okay, so thank you. Thank you, Raquel. Thank you, Christina, for this very clear and important introduction. Okay, then we have already mentioned our partner of this joint meeting, the OECD. So I have the pleasure to introduce Karen McGuire, the head of Division for Local Employment Skills and Social Innovation at the OECD. Good morning, Karen. Thank you for being here. I'll leave you the floor to introduce your work on skills, and on behalf of Eurocities to actually thank you, and also Tilde hosting for actually thinking of Eurocities, of our members, to also take part to the important work you're carrying out lately on skills.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Rosella, Raquel, and Christina. It's really a great pleasure to be here. And so I think what was in the agenda was that I give a little bit of an overview of some of the work, in particular of the Local Employment and Economic Development Committee, which actually, in a sense, is the same spirit of what you're doing this morning, which is looking at both sides of the coin, the employment side and the firm side. So I'll give you a little bit of overview of some of the work we have there. And then we have with us from JP Morgan, who's supporting our work, particular on adult cities, Hanka Boldeman. And then we have Tilde Using, who's going to give a little bit of an overview of the manual in progress that will be really the basis to launch the discussion. So, you know, in that context, I'll maybe just share my screen. Hopefully everyone will be able to see just in a moment here. Excellent. Does that work? Great. Okay. Thank you so much. Yes. So as was mentioned, I'm coming from a division that supports this local employment and economic development program. But just to say, within the context of the OECD, all of this is housed in what is called the Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Regions, and Cities. So again, all of the words that are really appropriate for today with respect to the two working groups. And, you know, just to talk a little bit about this LEAD program in particular, it was actually created going on 40 years ago. And the reason it was created was because countries were recognizing that national policies that didn't take into account all of the differences, all of the particularities, all of the local action, were just not resolving some of the challenges that they were facing. So the OECD tends to focus on sort of national policies, national data. And so the program was created just in particular because they recognized how important it was to get a bit more of this local perspective. And so that's why we really focus on issues of implementation, which is what you all are in the sort of in the thick of things, but also looking about how to make national policies more sensitive and adaptable to the needs of different kinds of cities and communities. And then also how to take some of these exciting, innovative practices that cities are doing, and we'll hear more about those later today from you, and how those are then perhaps scaled up and shared, you know, within a country and beyond. So really the spirit of what the discussion is today. And, you know, Raquel and Christina were just talking a little bit about also the, you know, the COVID context. And, you know, this is something that we have some different reports about, and happy to, when we submit this presentation for circulation, maybe we'll add some more reference links that could be useful for your work. But just to highlight, for example, in our last flagship that was looking at the impacts of COVID on local development and in particular employment, actually half of OECD regions hadn't even recovered to their pre-2008 unemployment levels a decade after the last crisis. And so this, what was looking like perhaps a rosy picture, if you look, for example, at the OECD average, it was, it was some of the historic lows, but if you really zoom in, you see this wide variation, and that's what we really try to highlight in the work. And so, we have ministries of labor, economy, local affairs, etc., from the national level who sort of oversee our work. But then we work directly with a lot of subnational governments as part of this effort to ensure that we share innovative practices, that we help national policy makers also design in a way that is more appropriate for the needs of different communities. So just to give you a little bit of a sense, I mean, this first blocks that you see on the screen on local jobs and skills, and this is where the sort of matching between supply and demand comes in, and why this joint working group, it really is completely in the spirit of the lead work. And so we've done, almost 30 of these reviews in different places, really trying to understand that articulation. And in some cases, it's engaging with employers. In other cases, it's maybe a focus a bit on the future of work or specifically on inclusion. But that's an area where we have a body of reports and examples that might be of interest. And again, I'll make sure that you have the links because all of these are accessible online. Another area of work that we do, which might be interesting for both sides, actually, on the SME and entrepreneurship and on the employment, is just a lot of work on the social economy and social innovation, and trying to understand how this can help with employment integration of those who are having challenges in the labor market, but also how to use it for transformation in different cities and regions. And so this is a whole work stream that I think might be of interest, especially if you're thinking about social entrepreneurship in the context of the other working group and how to support that. And we have some tools that we can put some links here that you can access online that might be of great interest. And some places try to work with us actually on doing workshops around those tools. And again, we have another work stream that's really looking at inclusive entrepreneurship and local economic transitions. And again, this is really thinking about how to support both the skills needs for transitions, but also the what firms need, particularly SMEs, to do so. And then in terms of our other work on integrated local development, I just maybe highlight one particular area that's becoming rather hot, which is how to capitalize, for example, on culture as part of the recovery, and culture as a source of employment, culture as an opportunity for entrepreneurship and firm creation, and culture as a solution to some of the social challenges being faced in cities. So we have some work there that might be of interest to different working groups. So, we really try to, in the program, bring these things together and connect the dots as we're doing here today, going into more detail on the data. And the OECD's Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Regions, and Cities has a number of databases that have, for example, even at metropolitan level, data that might be of interest to you. We also do a lot of capacity building activities and networks. And so we even have a center in Trento, Italy, also that has a specialization in that area. And just to flag one example, if any of you are very active in looking at, for example, culture-driven employment and entrepreneurship issues, there's a summer academy that people can apply to that's accessible, and it's just based on applications, so you're more than welcome to apply. The other thing is we do at the OECD in general, and in LEAD in particular, what we call standard support, which is providing good practice recommendations and then helping to support their implementation. And so I just give the example that we have on global events and local development. So when cities are hosting an Olympics, or if they're hosting a major global festival or something like that, how to set it up so that the local effects are as long lasting and positive as possible. And so we've been working with different cities on that issue over the years, and most recently, for example, Paris with the Olympics. So really, just to summarize on that front, just to say that LEAD is a place where local practitioners can get access more readily to OECD work because often they're not in the official committees, if you will, of the OECD. And so it's different networks like I'll mention a minute, the OECD Local Development Forum, that help try to bridge that gap. And then also that we take what you're saying and what we'll talk about today with the adult skills work and how to bring that to, national governments as well, so that they can improve policies in ways that will support your efforts that you're doing on the ground in cities. So, we have this some of these different networks, and we have lots of different webinars and activities that involve employment services institutes, training providers, local governments, et cetera. And we hope to do an event soon with actually Barcelona in the context of this forum. But it's another resource for you if you're interested in just getting more information on different activities and latest research. So just to give a couple of examples on some of the work, because I think we really want to get in deep dive into the substance of the adult skills elements, which I'm sure is what you're particularly interested in today. First is just to give a couple examples that, the work that we're doing with some of the cities and countries, but looking at specific cities or regions within the countries, are these local job creation reviews, and some of them have been focused very much on looking with what employers think, what the local government is doing, how to support the different vet systems, business education partnerships, etc. And especially given that we have the SME working group here, what can be done, and we can provide you some reports with some good practices there on how to support SMEs who maybe don't have the ability to as actively engage in some of the skills development, how to pool resources and different examples of different cities and how they've helped address that challenge for SMEs that have a particular trouble with making sure that their workers are skilled and that they're able to access skilled workers in the workplace. And then some others have focused a little bit on more the impact of automation in labor markets and how to really support employment services and other providers in helping to make sure that they're able to anticipate. So we have some data that we analysis that we have, and you can see in examples in some of the reports, zooming in on what is sort of the risk associated with the future of work, and that has been accelerated as a result of the COVID, which of course with social distancing and with just any crisis in general, automation gets accelerated and what that means. Another area in particular on local entrepreneurship, given the SME and entrepreneurship group, is just little series of studies that we have on how to support local entrepreneurship ecosystems, and we can give you some links for examples that we've done there, and also how to ensure that entrepreneurship is inclusive. And so we have a lot of work through the LEAD program on what's called the Missing Entrepreneurs that comes out every couple of years, and a lot of different activities to support entrepreneurship in particular places. Speaking of that, one example we have is with looking at how to support youth entrepreneurship in Portuguese regions. We have some projects looking at how to support job creation skills in the largest Dutch cities, or in support with JP Morgan on some of these issues of adult learning. And there's a recent report on London you might find of interest, and in looking at what also some of the latest data can tell us from online sources, job databases, and analyses there, and how to support adult learning systems that can then respond to these rapid changes. So that's just a quick overview of some of the activities that we're doing that we thought would be helpful, just to tap you into the resources that you can access from the OECD that might be of relevance to your work, both on the SME and entrepreneurship side. And I also flag, and we'll put a link in here, that the SME Outlook for the OECD was just released yesterday, so that might be also of particular interest to this group here. So why don't I stop there and maybe just give the floor for a moment to Hanka to just say a few words, because JP Morgan is really supporting this work on adult skills that will be the subject of the next in-depth presentation, zooming in on the skills issues.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Hanka. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. Today, we are going to
Great. Thanks, Karen, and thank you, everybody, for having me here today. So I will keep it brief, but just a couple of words why I'm here. And can you hear me well? Because I hear an echo.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes.
Great. So just quickly about myself. So my name is Hanka Bodemann. I'm part of JP Morgan's global philanthropy team, and I lead our jobs and skills strategy across the region, as well as our work in Germany. We've been partnering with the OECD for the past 6 years already with the employment and skills team, and now for the past years as well with the local economic development team. So really delighted to continue this work. I think at the core of this partnership has always been, how we can find ways to really bring the public and private sides together to address issues of skills gap and how to prepare more vulnerable workers for the future of work. So we have a couple of data pieces that as part of JP Morgan, we have supported with the great work, of course, of the OECD teams and also lifting up good practice. And Karen just mentioned the 2 reports on London and Berlin, which are part of this, as well as some broader work on career guidance that the skills team is doing as well. Just brief background. So as JP Morgan, our social impact mission really focuses on economic inclusion of more vulnerable individuals in society. We do this across 37 countries worldwide, but particularly we focus on cities and metropolitan areas. So for example, in Europe, focusing on Milan, Madrid, Frankfurt, Berlin, Paris, places where we have a business presence and where we can bring all the resources together in terms of our partnerships, but also who we are as an employer, our expertise, and yeah, want to be a part of the solution to some of the economic inclusion challenges that we see. This work is part of our global commitment to the future of work, so helping vulnerable individuals prepare for the future of work, gaining the right skills and opportunities. And of course, we see that many of those issues are can only be addressed with local solutions. So when public administration, local employers, training and education providers come together, and of course, civil society as well. So we support a number of initiatives working with nonprofit partners that provide opportunities for more vulnerable individuals. So young people with difficult starting conditions, lower skilled adults who are in precarious work or unemployed, refugees and migrants. But at the same time, they also fill a gap on the side of employers, really addressing talent needs in industries. So to make sure this is a win-win and a sustainable solution for everybody. So I'll stop here. I hope this gives you a little bit of an insight, but really looking forward to the discussion today and and also the future collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then I'll maybe take over from here and continue with my presentation. I'll just go ahead and share my screen in a second. And it should be. Is this working?
Yes.
Yes,
Perfect.
we can see it.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Well, hi everyone. Really nice to see so many of you here today. My name is Tilde. I am a policy analyst working in the division under the management of Karen on local employment skills and social innovation issues. And I'm going to tell you a bit about the cooperation with JP Morgan that we're doing specifically on this policy manual, what it is, what's the purpose, and the different themes that we're looking into. And then also saying a bit more about the specific theme of today, which is how to overcome the skills mismatch at local level. So first of all, I just wanted to mention that it's an ambition program that we're doing together with JP Morgan. It's first of all about this policy manual on adult learning, where we are organizing workshops, and I'll say a bit more about that. But it's also more than that. We're doing different in-depth studies on how to future-proof adult learning in different European capitals. We've already published a report on London, as Karen mentioned. And then we're working on a web page where we can highlight all the different interesting examples that we've gotten from cities. Some of them we gathered during the first workshop that we did. So this will be a kind of a hub where you can go to get inspiration in addition to the policy manual. And then later on this year, we're also planning some kind of international event where we can launch the policy manual and also get a good international discussion on adult learning in cities. And then more specifically on this policy manual, what it is and why we're doing it. So the overall objective is really to support local practitioners in cities on how to design and manage and implement adult learning policies, and to give cities inspiration from other cities on how they are doing, and also to provide some key data on what are the key challenges when it comes to, so to speak, future-proof adult learning systems locally. And we're looking into 3 different themes, one of which we're discussing today. The first is on how to promote equality and inclusion through adult learning systems, as Hanka mentioned, really about how to include vulnerable groups in local societies and labor markets through improving their skill levels. And then the second is how to meet local skill demands and the demand of employers, and also how to engage employers, entrepreneurs, SMEs in the development and skills locally. So how to make these different ends meet. And then lastly, we're also looking into how to create effective local partnerships and really strengthen the provision of skills locally through partnerships where cities manage to engage and coordinate all the different stakeholders that are involved in skills policies locally. And then what we aim to do is, with the policy manual, to present very concrete policy options and actions that cities can hopefully get inspired by and use in their local implementation and reform of adult learning policies. And as mentioned, we have organized or are organizing 3 different workshops, the aim of which is really to hear and listen to you, city level practitioners, and to understand what are actually the key challenges that you are facing when it comes to meeting local skills demand and creating strong adult learning systems. And to gather all the good practice examples that we believe are out there. And we did one workshop earlier this month, as has already been mentioned, on the inclusion and equality issue. And now we're focusing on meeting the local skills demand. And then a 3rd workshop will be organized in September, where we're going to focus on the last theme on stakeholder engagement and local partnerships. So just to mention that one more will come up on the other side of the summer. And let me see here. So that was more generally on our cooperation with JP Morgan and why we're doing this policy manual. And then I'll try to say a few words on this theme about local skills mismatches and changing skill requirements and what cities are facing, and also what they're doing. So what we know is that different ongoing labor market changes that are global in nature, such as globalization, the digital transformation, and the green transition, all result in changing skill requirements, not only globally and nationally, but also locally. And the picture is really mixed here. So it's not only a story about job destruction locally. It's not only that that people are losing their jobs and the supply of jobs generally becomes smaller. It's a mixed picture of job destruction, but also job creation and job transformation, which all in all means that new skills are required. So it's not the same jobs as we had before. It's different jobs requiring new types of skills. And what we see from the data is clearly that some sectors and definitely also some places, including cities, are hit harder than others. So while these changes are really global in nature, the effects vary across local areas. And just to give one example, you can see here on the graph the effect of automation on different metropolitan areas across the OECD. And we can really see here how it differs. I think generally larger cities tend to be hit less by automation and the jobs at risk from this, but still there are really large differences across cities on how much this change, labor market change, is felt locally. And another key thing about especially larger cities is that they tend to host a higher share of high-skilled workers, which generally make them more robust to ongoing changes, because what we see is that it tend to be those high-skilled workers that are more in demand and become more in demand in the future. So if you have a high-skilled workforce, that tend to make you more robust to ongoing changes. And we can see here on the graph to the left that many of the OECD metropolitan areas that we're highlighting here really do tend to have high educational attainment levels. However, as we can see on the other graph, this is really no guarantees that cities' skill supply will be aligned with the future labor market demand. One example that we show here is the skills mismatch as measured as workers either being overqualified or underqualified for their current position. And we can really see here that a lot of cities and metropolitan areas do struggle with skill mismatches despite generally high educational attainment levels. Another way to measure this skills mismatch is by looking at what employers say. And here we're showing how employers, we do not have this data at local metropolitan area level, but so this is country level, but we can see across OECD countries, 42% of employers state that they have difficulties in filling jobs. So this is really a significant number. And of course, there are again variation across countries, and I would assume obviously also at local level, but generally a very high number. And many employers also state that they see this as a major obstacle to long-term investment decisions. So this is not just this is just another way to measure the skills mismatch that countries but also cities are facing. And then there is of course this question of what are going to be the demand, the skills demand of the future, and what are cities to prepare for. And this is just highlighting one of or three of the main streams that we're experiencing now across countries and local areas, which is the digital transition, the green transition, and then also this increase in demand for health and social skills, especially in light of this recent COVID-19 crisis. And they are different. They are driven by different labor market changes, by technological changes, and the climate change, and also by the aging of societies. And of course, what we need to do and what we are looking into at the OECD is how to understand more in depth these changes and what it means to local places, and what kind of sectors and occupations are more specifically becoming in demand, what kind of skills matches these changes. And we're among other things using what what you call burning glass data to try to understand what kind of skills that will become in higher demand when we experience these transitions on the digital, green, and health areas. And then, as has already been mentioned, I think as a part of the policy manual, we've also done a survey, mostly to understand better how adult learning systems are organized at local level and what the key challenges that cities experience with regard to adult learning systems and changing labor markets. And we'll share more results in the policy manual, but I just think that this one is really a key important insight when we asked cities what the key challenge that they face, that their labor markets face today. Many of you replied that meeting the changing skills needs of employers is actually the key challenge that you face. So this is just to highlight that if we ask you, then this is really also one of the key challenges that you're struggling with, including, of course, also tackling unemployment, which came out as the one that most identified. And then coming back to, of course, the question of adult learning and why it's important. It is, of course, important because it's a way to address this local skills imbalance that we've looked into. And by providing adult learning at local level, cities can support individuals and give them an opportunity to develop and strengthen their skills so that they can stay active and relevant in the labor market, hopefully for a very long time. Also that they can enter the labor market by giving them new skills. However, as we also discussed during the last workshop, there are really some key difficulties when it comes to adult learning and participation in adult learning. Here we're just showing participation rates across OECD countries and showing the differences between workers in jobs with a significant risk of automation or not. And we can see that there overall the participation levels are quite low, but there are also significant differences between these two groups. And then just in addition to mention that 6 out of 10 adults across OECD countries do lack basic ICT skills or have no computer experience. So there is really a skills challenge. We do not have this type of data at local level, but I believe that locally there are also challenges with regard to participation in adult learning systems. So while it may be a key lever, there are obviously things to do to make it more used and to increase participation levels. And then as part of the policy manual, we're really looking into understanding what are key barriers to overcoming local skills gaps and to use adult learning systems as a measure to overcome local skills gaps. And we've identified at least 3 key barriers that cities are struggling with. One is to get the data right. So just to basically analyze and anticipate what are the skill changes that cities are experiencing and how can we, based on that, develop policies. And here there are challenges with regard to having the right data at local level or to have the resources to actually undertake the right analysis of data. A second challenge or barrier is then how to, once cities have understand what is the key challenge in their local area, then to decide on the right measures to align supply of skills with demand and how to design their adult learning systems. And here one really have to be creative and to strike the right balance between supply and demand side measures. And I'll mention a few of them in a minute. And then lastly, the third barrier that we've seen is how to get employers on board, how to involve employers, which are really vital in providing adult learning, not least through in-work types of training and learning, and how to incentivize them to take part in the provision of adult learning at local level. And just to briefly then mention, which is going to be the key part of the policy manual, understanding what are cities actually doing, and to share some of the good examples. I won't go through all of the examples today, but I just wanted to mention some of the things that we have seen that cities are doing. So on the data side, it's really a lot about engaging local stakeholders and creating local partnerships. So to make use of all the resources that exist locally to get the bigger picture of how skills are changing and what that means to a specific city. It's also about focusing or targeting the exercises so that they do not become too big, simply to focus, for example, on a sector that is important in a specific local area, or a type of occupation, or a type of transition, rather than doing this very broad analysis that goes maybe 10 years back and 50 years out in the future. And then, of course, it's also about ensuring that you make strategic use of the results. And what we see is that many cities are developing skill strategies to ensure that once they have a better understanding of how skills look like locally, then to organize the results into a strategy that can guide actions afterwards. And then looking on about the question about the measures to adjust the supply to demand, there are also many different measures or initiatives that cities are taking. One key group of measures is to target programs to growing sectors. We really see a lot of good examples on programs focusing on the provision of digital skills locally, the provision of green skills, and now also becoming stronger on the health and social sector. So really seeing focus programs that ensure that the skills that cities support the development of really meet the local demand. And then it's also a question about using incentives to the extent that cities actually have the competences to do so. So there are many possibilities to guide employers, to guide training providers, to guide individuals to take the right decisions, so to speak, so that resources are used in the best way. And then we also see a tendency to target programs to workers whose core skills have become obsolete due to changes. So really focusing in on those workers who are about to fall out of the labor market and make sure that they can stay in. And then lastly, with regard to engaging employers, there are really also many interesting examples, one of which is really to provide targeted support to local SMEs and entrepreneurs, because they do tend to struggle a bit more with the provision of training and education and supporting their workers simply due to a lack of resources, for example. So here are really a lot of interested examples, for example, of how cities are supporting the HR functions of SMEs when it comes to apprenticeships, for example. And then there are also examples of strong city leadership and partnerships with employers to really get them engaged through different partnerships, and also work on the development of vocational education and training. And then again, also using the different incentive structures, could be financially, or they could be other ways to kind of get the incentives right for employers. And we've highlighted some of the examples that we've found so far, and we really hope to get much more out of you today when we do both the city level presentations here in a minute, but also when we hopefully meet you and see you later this afternoon, where we'll have time to do these breakout sessions and really listen to what you believe are the key challenges and what you're doing to overcome them. So that's it from our side for now. I'll leave the floor to Rosella.
Thank you, Tilde. Thank you, Karen and Hanka, for this very detailed and interesting presentation. Okay, I think now it's time for questions. So I invite our members, our cities to ask any questions to the OECD and JP Morgan Foundation. Is everyone thinking about questions? It was very detailed. I think there are many points, and people are, I think, will need a few minutes or maybe a little bit more to digest everything. Just to inform you that we will share the presentation. I haven't checked with you, Tilde, but I guess it's fine. And Karen, for you to share the presentations. In case then you have questions, I think all contact details of Tilden and Karen and Hanka are included in the presentation, and you can contact them directly. We'll be looking forward to then see the final version of the manual. And of course, through Eurocities, you know, we have an internal platform, an internal members platform where we share all information, and we will include then additional materials and presentations there. And you also have a comment section where you can include your questions, your comment, anything. Maybe I'll ask again, any questions for Tilde or Karen or Anka? Raquel?
I will have
and
a
Cristina.
question. Just, I was wondering, have you analyzed the relation with the mismatch and how the educational system of a city or the country is it's working? Because I don't know if from our point of view, some of the answers to the skills mismatch can be all the professional education through the public system as well. And I don't know if you have analyzed also this part, and if you see it as a strong point in the countries or the cities with less mismatch, or is something that you haven't get some information.
Hi, Raquel. So a couple of points. I mean, I think you know, some of the reports have shown for particular countries, and we have some graphics we can share with you on this nature of the skills mismatch in some cases, because we have examples where it's underqualification, and examples like in Spain where it's actually in some cases overqualification. And one of the challenges, and we have some work streams on how to better use the skills of workers to sort of boost productivity, as was raised before. So I think, you know, we can try and throw in some examples of reports that have been highlighting some of these challenges with the systems, because there are also different types. So there's the qualification skills match issues, but also, as was raised, the nature of what is demanded in the labor market versus what is being trained. And there's a lot of interest in how to do more top-off trainings in order to make those adjustments, because as the frequency of transitions in the labor market accelerates, then there's a greater need, because the education systems are preparing sort of the first wave, and there are some adaptations that need to take place there. And I think, you know, vet systems tend to be a bit more responsive, and also where the local elements are particularly important for very specific needs and technologies of different firm clusters locally. But it's true that there is, you know, the latest OECD Skills Outlook was focused on lifelong learning, and we'll put some links there. And that highlights a bit also just the need for the systems to be set up maybe a little bit differently, because there are some countries that are giving individual learning accounts in order to get people to invest in the skills changes. But as Tilda pointed out, some of the work of colleagues highlights that actually those who need the most in skills upgrading are the least likely to participate in trainings. And so we have actually a mismatch in terms of who's using the services that are available relative to those who need it most. So those are very quickly some of the things, but we can follow up with some links to different reports that highlight some of these skills mismatch challenges. But, ultimately, there's some big picture issues of, whether it's digital skills overall or certain types of technology skills or data scientists and all sorts of new professions that countries need in general, but this more localized skills mismatches is a little bit more complicated. We also have some work that has shown just sort of the what we call a high and low skills equilibrium, and we can send some examples there where you see that some places might be in a positive path where they're able to build on these dynamics of higher skilled and the systems meeting the needs, and some where they get a little bit stuck where there isn't sufficient investment in skills. And so then it's not sort of boosting both on the firm side and on the worker side. So just a few quick items, but I see there are other questions, so I'll stop there.
Indeed, I see Christina and then Jane. Christina, you can unmute yourself and
Yes.
Yeah,
I was, well, thank you. First of all, thank you very much because it was a very interesting and clear presentation. And I would like to know the scope of the study or of the survey that you are doing or you already done, because I don't know exactly if it's in the process. I mean, in the sense of what kind of the number of cities and what kind of cities, because even though we share a lot of challenges, but I guess that the local economic reality is very important also, or it's something to take into account. I mean, the economic structure, if you are more an international open city, or I don't know, for example, or touristical city, for example, in the case of Barcelona, that the pandemic has hit our economy so hardly because we are a touristical city, but at the same time, we are working hard on digital transformation and boosting this digital capacity programs to help people to overcome this skills mismatch with the labor market. But of course, depending on the economic structure, on the main sectors you have in your city, the situation perhaps it's quite different. So I don't know how you have chosen the cities or how that they are represented in this survey. And well, I would like to know a little bit more about that.
Sure. So Christina, I'll just say a couple quick words and then I'll pass it on to Tilda. So just a couple other resources and some of these that actually JP Morgan has supported on career guidance and different skills for jobs databases. So I'll just put that in the links in the follow-up for you all. But it's true that what you're raising on the very specific local needs and the different economic structures are going to be the reason why we sort of focus and lead on the special issues. Now, there are some in terms of the industrial structures, you mentioned, of course, tourism cities, and actually in the last crisis, tourism was one of the ways that there was that boosted the recovery. And in this recovery, it's not quite as easy as in after 2008 in using tourism, which was an opportunity also, to be quite frank, to integrate a lot of people that weren't necessarily the highest skills, because tourism is actually one where there is some work we're doing at the OECD and specifically on how to address future skills needs. So we can put, so on that specific point on the local structures with tourism, we can give you some examples there. But in terms of the actual study, I mean, this is preparing a manual, and the survey was given through Eurocities. It's if others had not had an opportunity to fill it out, there's also an opportunity to do so. But I'll let Tilda explain a little bit more, because the manual is in progress, but it's not completed. And that's why this exchange is so important, because we want to make it as relevant and tailored to your needs as we can. And so these exchanges are critical for us in improving the relevance of OECD work for your daily activities. But I'll let Tilda jump in if there's anything further on that you wanted to add, Tilda.
Yeah, on the survey, as you mentioned, it was shared through the working group on employment here at the Eurocities. And we got a good bunch of results, not least or replies, and not least really a lot of interesting examples of what cities are doing. But I think we're more than happy to relaunch it and to get more replies from cities to strengthen the results. And when it comes to the scope of the policy manual, you're definitely right, Christina. There is, this challenge of how to cover different types of cities with different challenges, different sectors or structures in the labor market. So what we do is we're trying to highlight some of the specific examples that cities are facing through the case studies. And then we really do try to develop some policy options that are broad in scope, and hopefully each city can pick those that are relevant to their local context. And that also, the key thing is also that adult learning systems and the degree of responsibilities locally really differ a lot across countries. So one of the ideas with this survey was also to understand a bit more of how our system actually organized locally. How much can you do at local level to meet make the supply of skills meet the actual local demand? So when we develop the policy options or suggestions for actions, it's of course also trying to take into account what is actually possible at local level. So one thing is that there are differences in sectorial structures and the challenge that you face, but there are also differences in the governance setup. So it's broad in nature, but we do try to kind of distinguish a bit, not least in showcasing the different examples from cities.
May I add that perhaps indeed we have circulated the survey within our working group Education and Employment, so of our Social Affairs Forum. But indeed, if the working group Entrepreneurship and SMEs, and here I'm looking at Christina, Antonia, Alexandra, of course I guess Tilde and Karen will appreciate it to get additional inputs. We can share it again.
I think it would be interesting.
Fantastic. So we'll do that. And I see, as we are running a bit late, I see Jane, you had a question, and then Nikita, and then we have a question in the chat. Thank you, Jane.
Hi there, thank you. It's really good to see the research, and it's really well presented. Thank you for that. I just wondered, in terms of the mismatch, did you find these two issues? Number one, for example, with green skills, without the investment in all of the infrastructure, the suppliers don't demand the skills because there isn't the volume of work. And then the providers are not incentivized to change their offer. So that feels a bit stuck here. And the second issue I wondered if you encountered was there may be a huge need for certain roles and skills like care. And now we have a crisis in hospitality. But if the conditions of the work are not attractive, then people are not taking up the skills, even if they're there, because they don't want these particular jobs. So those are just two issues that I wonder if you have found.
A couple of quick thoughts, Jane. I mean, whenever we look at surveys to employers in our work, one of the big issues is they always say they can't get people. And part of the problem is they just don't want to pay them enough to make them go, make them interested. And so at some point, sometimes this mismatch may be a bit a couple things. One is it may be exaggerated by the fact that they're just not paying enough, and this issues of the conditions is one element. Now, of course, if it's public sector or public financed work, it's a bit more complicated, like in the care sector. But it's an area where I think also we find that sometimes employers are having an antiquated approach to assessing what skills they need. And that's another area that we try to do research on more generally, because they, we talked to some people, for example, that are looking at how to train folks to work for like the Paris Metro, okay? And one of the challenges is that you have to go through a bunch of tests that somebody, maybe if they just got a little support, would easily be able to go through that test, or their approach to HR is based on a very specific, oh, you need this exact degree. And they're looking at degrees and what is sort of qualifications on paper, and not what are actual skills needs. And so there's a lot of work to be done to help SMEs and even some large firms, to be quite frank, in better understanding exactly what are the skills that they actually need, and then how to better identify them. And there are a lot of companies right now that are trying to support this identification of skills, even with migrants, using web apps where you can have it easily translated into different languages, and people can say, well, if I've done this, then it tells them what are the kinds of skills and how that's linked. So there's a lot of really interesting data work that can be done to help better understand what the actual skills are and what people have. So that's one area that OECD is looking into. And then there's some, to be quite frank, cultural issues and training and capacity building issues in order to get firms to also better understand what they're actually needing and looking for. And sometimes their recruitment systems are antiquated and ill-adapted to what's available. On the offer question, I think this is really interesting, Jane, and actually on the green jobs, we were looking that actually if we wanted to meet carbon neutral targets by 2050, we'd have to be changing at least 5% of our infrastructure every year, which we're very, very far from today. So this is an area where, local governments can also, as conveners, talk and provide information to some of these providers, some of whom are public and who might need to anticipate a bit and give them this this pipeline. Because in order to be competitive, as was saying, if you're already ahead of the curve in your local area, it's going to be a lot easier than for the firms to develop as the market evolves. And so it's a little, I don't want to say it's a little bit of a chicken and an egg problem, but sometimes the local conveners can help raise this visibility.
Thank you, Karen. And if Nikita will allow me, I will first ask the question from Anya. And Anya, if you want to jump in, please feel free to do it. In longer perspective, Karen and Tilde, how do you see the mismatch situation? Young generation has better ICT skills, for example.
Tilda, did you want to answer that, or I'm happy to if you...
Yep, just a few words. I agree that there is, of course, a change in the skills that we're developing for young people now, but and that might help at least this part on the digital transition in the longer run. But I think that also requires that we at this point in time really look at adult learning systems or skill systems more generally to adapt them to really support. I mean, it doesn't come on its own, even though they are generally better equipped with digital skills.
And just to add that a lot of OECD work is also looking at socio-emotional skills and other creativity and other skills that are becoming increasingly important as a complement to those areas that are, in a sense, becoming more automated. So in a sense, what makes us more human and better able also to use the complementary IT skills. But ultimately, a young generation is one thing, but first, not all the young generations have the skills, or they have certain elements of ICT skills and not others. They can all use, video games, maybe in iPhones and things like that, and social media, but might not all be capable of doing coding and becoming data scientists. So I think we have to segment a bit this youth population, but also to keep in mind these important non-cognitive skills that OECD research, especially through our education department, are also highlighting as important for the future job market.
And lastly, Nikita has a question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Karen and Tilda, for your presentations. I really wanted to come back to the point about the fact that it is those who have the greatest need who are the least likely to take on these training opportunities. I guess, well, number one, so then who is most likely to take on those opportunities? Is it people who are already kind of have a higher level of education and maybe have, who are in that situation? So interested to hear a little bit about that landscape. And the second thing is, obviously, I think tackling the fact that it is those who need it the most who are not taking on those opportunities is fundamental to tackling kind of inequality within cities as well in the long term. So I know we could have an entire session on that, but if you could give like some top lines on some of the reasons behind that, but also some, kind of, again, top lines on some ideas on how to tackle that, because I think that's really fundamental in how you design kind of policies and programs to address these challenges.
Yeah, but we actually already had a workshop on that the last time. That was really the focus, inclusion and equality, and how to make sure that those who are most in need actually do participate. So, but I agree we could do one more. It's a huge and really interesting topic. On the first thing on who are actually those who participate and do not. I mean, we have data at the cross-country level across OECD countries that show that generally men tend to participate more than women, youth more than elderly, those in regular standard jobs more than those in unregulated type of jobs, those with higher skills more than those with lower skills, and as we also showed before, those in less risk of automation tend to participate more than those in higher risk of job automation. So really over the line, those that are already more securely placed in the labor market, have higher skill levels, tend to also be the ones that develop their skills more. And I guess that is good, but it's just not sufficient. That all the other groups who are more in need do not participate. What we discussed at the last workshop, really many good examples were given among other things on how to target programs to these specific groups, and a lot of examples on how to target long-term unemployed, homeless people, different migrant groups especially were also a key challenge in many cities. So I think that's one of the key things that cities are doing, and also providing different types of wraparound services. So it's not only the adult learning program in itself that is gonna make sure that these groups participate. It's also to provide them with different type of health services, social services, housing policies or services, to make sure that they in all different ways are supported to actually overcome this barrier which is to participate for them.
Thank you. Thank you, Tilda. Thank you, Karen. And to you all for your very interesting questions. I would say that now it's time for our presentation from Madrid, Carmen. If I can ask you also to be quite short, as we are also a bit late, but I let you take the floor now. Thank you, Carmen.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone, and I'm really happy to be with you. Thank you, Rosella, for inviting me to participate with this presentation. I'll try to be really fast. I've got a presentation I would like to share, but I promise to go very fast. But I won't forget the main points. Thank you very much. Let's see whether I do it. Right. Here we are. Okay, so I would like to start saying that it's still too early to know what the legacy of this pandemic, what will be the legacy of this pandemic. In the short term, in the urban environment, we are One of the transformations that we have witnessed and participated in is the acceleration of digital implementation. And as you all know, teleworking has been one of the driving forces of this COVID-19 period. So public employment services have made a great effort to transfer and maintain those services that were traditionally carried out face-to-face to the digital environment without losing their quality of humanity. In this brief presentation, I'll try to answer 3 questions that are at the core of this working meeting. First of all, how do we help our clients to develop and improve their skills they need to enter the labor market? Secondly, what's the role of the companies? And thirdly, how the employment agency is adapting to the new challenges posed by the 2030 agenda. So let's start. Well, very briefly and very fast, I promise. I will just present the agency, the organization where I work. I'm sorry because I haven't presented myself. I'm Carmen Olondriz, Gutiérrez Olondriz, and I'm an employment counselor at the Agencia para el Empleo, and I'm also part of the European project team. Right. So the agency we are an autonomous body of the Madrid City Council responsible for the management of active employment policies in the city of Madrid. What we do, we connect the skills of job seekers with the needs expressed by companies. That's really important, and I will talk about it because, as Tilda said, getting the employees on board is is one of the main issues. So we'll talk later about it. So what is our mission? So our mission is to manage municipal employment policies through labor intermediation, guidance, and training for the unemployed of workers. Thus, we offer training and employment pathways, work-linked training programs, training and employment workshops, technical and professional skills training, digital talent programs, digital literacy and skills, and accredited training associated with companies. And we also promote stable and quality employment, offering flexible and personalized service to our customers. So who are our customers? On one hand, the job seekers. What we do is we have segmented the job seeker according to the distance they are from the labor market. So we have 3 routes, route 0, 1, and 2. So the first one, obviously, they have to address barriers and constraints to accessing the labor market. The route 1, they are in average time to access the labor market, and the route 2, people are ready really to enter into the labor market. Okay, so we help them, what is our added value? So we help them to develop skills needed to enter the labor market. For this purpose, we have a program called Journey to Employment and another together with the Accenture Foundation called Emplea Más. It's like employee, well, I don't know how to translate into English, to work the soft skills. Both programs are hand to hand. So at the Madrid Employment Agency, we have also, well, you see, this is the Journey to Employment. So we work the key skills, access to employment skills, technical skills, transversal skills, and they are all these, development through training processes. There are 7 actions in 7 proposed areas. Just for people, just to develop the skills they need to get into the labor market. And we also work on skills through workshops and through seminars and practical training. We have identified key positions, what we call key positions, and basically these positions are the ones that have important recruitment in Madrid, and they include professional occupation that have been considered as strategic by the employment agency because of their fit with the profiles of workers with whom the employment agency usually works, because of the important volume of their demand in the city of Madrid. We have also identified, this is important because we were talking about the transition to digital jobs, to circular economy, etc., and the green jobs. We have identified more than 25 sustainable positions related to the circular economy strategy 2030, such as technician in innovation and eco-design, environmental technician, electromobility technician, waste recycling operator, or lawyer expert on sustainable and circular economy. On the other hand, our clients are companies, the companies. So we have segmented by following a double criteria: the type of profession and the sector and size. We have what we call key accounts, and we have created a key account unit. The employment agency has customized training courses according to the company's needs. This is very important because the involvement of the companies are one of the key points. If the company doesn't get involved, I mean, obviously, not all of them they get involved in the process of people looking for a job, and also of people, unemployed people, getting the skills they need for a particular job position. I would like to underline that it depends on the company. Sometimes the same position, job position, has slightly different skills. So it's very important that the company says what they need, express what they need, and we can also design a training program just to fit their needs. Apart from that, this program I mentioned before, this journey to employment, now we talk about what happens to the COVID-19 period and the post-COVID. I hope we're still in the COVID-19 period, but anyway, I mentioned that we have made a big effort to digitalize, to move to a digital environment, the programs we are doing. So the journey to employment, the Viaje al Empleo, is one of them, one of these programs that is being digitalized. Sorry, I think, there is a problem. Just a sec. Rights. Okay. I don't know why. I get to the. Okay, so the conclusion of the Journey to Employment program online, I would like just to share with you, well, the first one is the flexibility of implementation due to the COVID. The job placement data, we have, there were 529 participants, and we had 390 job insertions. It's a 60% of the insertions, which is very interesting, but also, and we are very happy, but we need further innovation. Well, we have, in this period, we have reached some agreements with private entities, and these are the following. The first one is what we call Emplea Más, with the Accenture Foundation, just to work soft skills. We have, before the pandemic, we have already started this particular program, but there was a pilot program. So with the after the COVID, or in the COVID period, this program has been implemented finally. And the other project that is very interesting is this called Reskilling. Reskilling Madrid Futuro is a very ambitious training project to upskill 1,000 people in a very first phase, because let's say the horizon is just to reach at least nearly 1 million people, unemployed people. But for the first time, for the first phase, and in this sort of pilot program, we're going to upskill 1,000 people in job positions in sectors with high demand in the labor market. The project involves Madrid Employment Agency, the consultancy firms McKinsey and Generations, and Madrid Futuro. Madrid Futuro is an initiative that acts as a launch pad for devising and developing impactful projects in Madrid over the coming decade. This is a very interesting, for us is really interesting, because we have been doing a very thorough research just to see or to confirm the sectors that have been, to identify, the sectors with a higher or better perspective of employment. So these sectors have been digital, green jobs, and e-commerce. And we've done, as I said, this thorough research. of benchmarking studies and monitoring of job portals. And in these three sectors we have selected the job positions chosen are those whose employability horizon is considered very good or optimal. And these are full stack, cybersecurity expert, big data analyst, e-commerce expert, photovoltaic installer, and workers at the electric car charging points.
Carmen, before we just 1 minute left, if you can maybe wrap up.
Yes,
thank you.
I wrap up mentioning this other agreement with the Foundation ATSIS, financed by JP Morgan. They are jobs of the future in the circular economy, and it's a very we have 12 pathways. It will help employ young people to have a quality job, and it will contribute to ecological transition. The target are young people between 18 and 30 years old, unemployed, without higher education, and in the most disadvantaged neighborhoods in the south of Madrid. We've been also involved in European projects for a long time, and during this period as well. And basically, just to wrap up, only mention that innovation is the common thread to the project and activities I have just described very fast in this presentation. Innovation is the most powerful tool to face the challenges we will have to face. And finally, innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity, not as a threat, as Steve Jobs said. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Carmen, and
sorry because I was really trying to go fast, but I know it's probably there are many things that they're left anyway, and I was even reading. I had a sort of a script, but I didn't want to read. But since I had to be so fast, sorry.
It was perfect. Thank you for including so much information. I'm sure we all have a lot of questions, but I know that there's no time. I just would like Jane from Bristol to maybe add something, just under 3 minutes, if possible. You're on mute.
We cannot hear you.
Sorry, how can I follow that? Especially as I don't want to keep people from their very needed cup of tea and coffee. But thank you. That was really, really stimulating, and I love some elements of that. I love the way you've focused on high volume jobs as well as the move towards the future jobs. Yeah. Because now it is really about the economic destruction and people who've lost their income, and it is. I can see you're very focused on that. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, Jane. Thank you, Carmen, for your presentations. And it's already 11:30 Central Europe time. So I would like, I'll leave the floor to our working group chairs. Who goes first is Raquel or Antonio?
I think Raquel can go first for sure.
Oops. Now, I couldn't unmute myself. I think we had a lot of information in quite a short period of time. So it will be very nice to have all the presentations, as you have said before, and also the one from Madrid, so we can just have a more detailed read about it. But I think we have been going through the key challenges with the skills, and then we ended with something very practical from Madrid. I will focus something that we are also doing, as it was said before, with this reskilling. Maybe because we are both Spanish cities, and as Karen said before, we have this mismatch with how we have prepared so many people in the university and not so much people in the technical side. That would be something that we share, and also because we are having some struggle with the post-COVID, and we were already focused in something that Jen said, and how the future of work it's going to be, and especially which sectors are going to be giving jobs in the future, and especially quality jobs. That's something that has been talked about, how the working conditions also gets a main role in this sometimes called skill mismatch, when it's not a question of skills, it's a question of how the working conditions are recognizing these skills and the efforts of the worker in some of these sectors. But I would say we have a lot of work to do in how we make these upskillings and reskillings, and I will end by repeating something that has been said in the OECD presentations. We are facing job destructions, but also job creation and a lot of job transformation. And if we keep that in mind, I think it will be easier to keep the focus on how we try to work this skill mismatch. We are talking a lot about digital skills, but technology has hitting in all the sectors, especially the social sector as well. People is not working, or it shouldn't be working as 10 years ago, because we have a lot of technology also to take care of people. And that it's not only about how to use a computer and make this thing we are doing today through the screen, but also how we can use that to be closest to the elders, to be closest to the people to need more access to information, and also how we can make these people who need it more, as it was said before, to make part of all these amazing programs that the cities are starting to do or are following to do. But as you said before, sometimes we keep letting behind some people, and that's something we cannot allow ourselves if we want to make cities of the future with more sustainable economies, but also with more fair societies as well.
Thank you, Raquel, and I leave the floor to Antonio.
Good morning, everyone. Was a very good journey about reflections and changes of good practices, and I think we are in a very accelerated world. It was very accelerated, but now the gears are in the top, and so we have to have this companion about this acceleration. But also the challenges to people. People have to have new skills, and not only now, we have always a long time to renew our skills, even us. And also to the businesses. Businesses have to have the new transformations, and also to see what they need. So this mismatch is the very important challenge that cities have to work about, not only with people, of course, but also with businesses, because we have to be in pair of the evolution, as I said, very accelerated by now. So I think this is the main reflection about the day. And I want to thank another time another thing to OECD, to JP Morgan, to the other working group of employment from CEF, and also to our fantastic team from Eurocities, because without them nothing was going to work as this work very well. So let's think in the next work to do, because I think this is important to think in the other meeting like this, to work together, to increase our skills, to increase our businesses, and to increase our people and our cities.
Thank you, Antonio, and thank you, everyone, for your questions, your participation. Thank you to Karen and Tilde and Hanka from JP Morgan. Thank you to Raquel and Cristina, Carmen for your presentation. Thank you, Jane, for your questions and your active participation. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to my colleagues, of course, at Eurocities. Of course, I think this is just the beginning, and I can see that there's definitely a lot of ground, a common ground to work together in the future. So I'll be happy to liaise with Alexandra. And as a gentle reminder, you see that in the chat box, Claudia for the working group Entrepreneurship and SMEs has shared with you the link to the agenda for your lunch break session. While for us at SAF Working Group Employment, we'll meet just after lunch at 2 p.m. Central Europe summertime. Indeed, it's already summertime. You have the link to join the meetings, so please copy those, and in case you don't have it, you can contact us by email. Again, have a great summer if I don't see you later today, and all the materials and presentation and recording of the meeting will be shared to you via email in the coming weeks. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
And
Bye-bye.
see you later.
Bye. Bye-bye.